Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to Cracking the Cryptic. So today is February 15th and they have once again posted an update to fix the Valentine's Day puzzle number 1. This is really fortuitous that this happened because it helps eliminate any possibility that what I've been feeling in this game is just all in my head and due to my obvious lack of ability of solving Sudoku puzzles. There clearly is a lack of care that is being done as far as these handcrafted puzzles not being tested. There probably is a case here that they don't have a perfect program to test a handcrafted Sudoku puzzle to make sure it's perfect and it can't be solved a different way or it doesn't have a mistake in it. There's no spell check even that seems to be run through the handwritten hints. There may not be a program at all, frankly. These may be just handcrafted puzzles that are posted to Cracking the Cryptic's Patreon or some website, and then whatever the fan base of Cracking the Cryptic, however big that is, whatever percentage of that fan base plays that puzzle, gives feedback on it. So it might very well be a case that hundreds or thousands of people would have looked at Valentine's Day number 1 first, or it might have been the case that 2 or 3 people or nobody even looked at Valentine's Day number 1. Either way, it's not professional. This is not what you want in your product. You might as well have just waited till Easter and released an Easter puzzle, changed and then released this Valentine's puzzle in the next year. Have more polish on your game. So yeah, that does at least prove that I'm not just hallucinating. The lack of care, the lack of polish in this, in the exact points where there has to be care and polish. It's in the hints, it's in the puzzles. If there was a problem with the interface and it was a little rough, which it is a little minimalistic, but I mean, if for instance the number of stars here was 1 digit off from what it actually should be, that's not a big deal compared to a puzzle being unsolvable or a hint being uncomprehendable. Those are big deals, and the focus really should be on that. Particularly since I think Cracking the Cryptic's puzzles are showing up on the website and this game. So they're showing up in multiple places, so the hints and puzzle part should be perfect. Should definitely be the focus. Well, with any luck, unless something terrible happens, today will be the last day of doing these insanely hard puzzles. The last day of doing these insanely hard puzzles. Number 23 Miser, which is a killer Sudoku by Jovi A.I. or Al Jovial. I guess it's Jovial is the name. Pin name, fake name. But it is also a killer Sudoku, which I found those to be the most difficult. It's also a 10-star difficulty. In retrospect, I don't think I could find a single puzzle here that I would want to sing major praises from. 500, 500, 500, 500 stands out for its just variant medley, but the rest of them have their own unique pain points that are more memorable than unique, tricky challenges. And maybe that is also just yet another testament to me being very much in the amateur level and these puzzles being very much in the specialist professional level, if you can be a professional Sudoku player. So this is classic Sudoku rules, which it's always going to be classic Sudoku. It would be interesting to see one puzzle that didn't follow classic Sudoku rules. Certainly you could make tutorial puzzles that don't follow classic Sudoku rules. But I don't think even if you made a tutorial that didn't follow classic Sudoku rules, it would help you much, considering all the other puzzles would follow classic Sudoku rules. There must be the digit 1 through 9 once in every row, and once in every column, and once in every box. Then, the only variant here is killer boxes, which tells me that the cells inside these boxes cannot repeat, and they have to sum to the number in the top left. And we've learned in doing killers, for every killer box inside of a box wholly, you create a virtual killer box opposite of that. So if this sums to 6, and we know that a 3x3 grid sums to 45, which it does, that's what they call the secret, then we know that this is a 6-digit box here that must equal 39, which by doing that, and I'm going to confess, I think I may have seen Cracking the Cryptic actually solve this puzzle, so I may subconsciously already know the answer here to this puzzle, but definitely don't consciously know. And yeah, in that one instance it wouldn't have been too much of anything anyways to fill that in, because without even knowing the secret and doing the math and subtracting 6 from 45, I could have just looked that and found that this was a 1, 2, 3 triple, which means the rest of these would have to be 4 through 9. Alright. Now what you can't do is interact in any way with this killer box to figure out what these spots here are. But what you can do is include that box and try and find a combination. Now what I would like in the interface is if I'm highlighting something like this, I'd like to be able to click here and for this to allow me to select this to be already filled in by the number of digits. In this case it would be 6 digits. 6 digits minus 20 would be 25, which gives you a odd man out of either 3 or 4 or 5. Yeah, there's a lot of things. We know there must be a 1, 2 in this, however, so we could go with that and mark that. And then that does nothing to help fill in that box. We can, I suppose, mark the same information here since that's mirrored. And you can't really do anything here. You could fill it in with every single possibility of a number. And we can't really do anything here because this box goes into the over the line into this, which messes up with your count. Although it does give us some information elsewise. 8. You know, this is going to be 1, and then it could either be 1, 2, 5, or it could be 1, 3, 4. We can mark that, and then we could calculate what a 6-digit 45 minus 8 should be 37, which, yeah, guarantees one of two possibilities here. So I don't know if there's really a good way to fill that in though, because my instinct would be to do like 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then 9. And then come over here and do 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And then you have those two possibilities. This is really just all coming down to 2 and 5, whereas the 2 and the 5 going to be, which maybe there's a secret here, not the secret. If the two options are, one has 2 and 5, one has 3 and 4, is there a combination here that is not valid? Yeah. We could eliminate like this 3 and 5 because if this is 1, 2, 5, then there can't be a 5 here. If this is 1, 3, 4, then it can't be a 3 here. That one possibility could get eliminated. But 3 and 4 is still valid, 2 and 6 is still valid, 2 and 5 would still be valid, 2 and 4 would not be valid, because if this was 1, 2, 5, then 3 and 4 would have to be in here. So we could eliminate that one. 1, 6, 8 would still be valid. 1, 5, 9 would still be valid. But then we can also eliminate these two because they have a 1 in them, and we know that the 1 in one way or the other is going to be over there. 2, 6, 7. Still seems doable. 3, 4, 8 still seems doable. And then 4 and 5 and 6. Well, if it was 1, 2, 5, then 5 couldn't be in here. And if it was 1, 3, 4, then 4 couldn't be in here. So that's eliminated too. So that gets us to this spot in particular. And I guess these 3 spots in particular, we should just mark these down into the possible combinations, or we won't do the full combinations. We'll do 2, 5, and 8 plus 6 and 7 plus 3 and 4. And that gets the combinations, I think, down a little bit, but not by much. It basically just, I think, gets rid of 9 as a possibility being in there. Okay. So continuing on, we want to maintain momentum. I guess this is not too hard to mark that this is either 5, 8, 9, or it is 6, 7, 9. Which then, if the sum here is 22, we have still 6 digits in a virtual killer box that is actually being broken here, and it just doesn't matter that it's broken. And I'm not sure we mathematically ever really proved or thought through every possibility to confirm that it doesn't matter that it's broken. Because if this was a killer box, then there would be a thought that the number could repeat, but it's in the same box anyway, so the number can't repeat, which I guess that is probably all the logic you need to know that you are creating a virtual box, even if it is being broken up. So there are 6 digits. We subtract 22 from 45, and that would be 23, which then gives you, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 have to be in those places, and so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, and 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Everything except for 9 are in that spot. Okay. So then that influences this box. And what can we say can't be in this box now? Probably nothing. But yeah, I don't think this helps in any way, because the danger here is you would assume that a 9 can't be here, so then all of these combinations with 9s would be eliminated. But it's not true, because a 9 could be here and a 9 could be here. It was true over here because there were 2 boxes, 2 cells inside this box being influenced by the digits in this killer box and the digits in the combination of this killer boxes. But with only one being influenced, I don't think I can actually derive any information from that. Alright, 10 here requires 1 in 3 of the combinations, and can be 1 through 7, and so it can't be 8 or 9, which then we'll calculate for this virtual box here. We are now looking for a 6-digit that can make 35, and it must include 8 and 9, which is true for all of them, which that then requires every digit, I suspect, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Every digit is being involved. So that's not giving me any information at all. If we could just confirm that a 2 was here or a 2 was here, that would help quite a bit. And so there might be some influence here where a 2 might have to be here to eliminate this 2, which then, yeah, I don't know. And see, if we look back at this, not having a 9 here doesn't change anything, because definitely a 9 could be here. And then we could look, I guess, at the possibilities here and see that the possibilities are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Noticeably not a 2. So we'll get rid of the 1, 2 possibility in that point, which I don't have to even really do the secret to know that if a 1, 2 cannot be here and every other digit can be here, then a 1, 2 have to be here. Oh, actually, should have marked it that way if I was selecting the right things. 1, 2 has to be in one of those boxes. That being said, I don't think I can do anything else with these boxes, so the appropriate move would to then fill in all of this with every number. We can look at this box now and fill in every possible number here, which I assume is just the exact same digits here, which probably means there could be some pairing and synergy around all of that. Three through 9, all possibilities. And so I guess we fill in, since these were mirrored, the exact same information here to start with. And this definitely feels like this is the only real path to do any of this. That there isn't any other variant or trickery to do. I think we can pretty easily, if we're just going to fill in everything anyways, put in every single number in this box. There is, I guess, maybe a possibility we'll figure out what this digit is and what these 3 digits are, and then that would lock down what these digits are, and potentially even lock down what these digits and this digit is, and then that would help us get further. We didn't fill in the possibilities here, so let's recalculate. If this one could be any digit 1 through 9, we'll just consider the rest. So 20 with a 6 digit technically, but I'm not going to mark this one. Should be 25 that we're targeting. 25 with 6 digits. Allows a 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7, and an 8, and 9. So it's just every single number. Which, I guess that's not super surprising. Okay. And then this is where good progress turns into despair in my head, in that we have no clue, and as far as I can tell, no way of knowing what these numbers are. So I'm just going to go ahead and fill in all the possible numbers there. And yeah, that fills in all the boards with pencil marks and just makes the board a huge mess of dots. Partially, I imagine some of my struggle with this game also is that I'm looking at it on a TV 8 feet away. Whereas if I had a computer monitor, or if I had a Steam Deck right in front of me, maybe the numbers would be a little bit bigger, maybe they would stand out more. But yeah, if there was a speed reading app, and I don't recommend speed reading at all because comprehension is basically 0 if you try to speed read. You're at best getting a general impression or summary when you try to speed read, and it's just not useful to be able to read things fast but incredibly inaccurately and not be able to recall things. But there was in a speed reading app I played with once where it was just displaying a single sentence on the screen very fast. I imagine if you could have something like that happen, it would be fairly helpful. So what I imagine what I'd want to do is have like little eyeball icons that you click, and then it would, if you clicked the eyeball icon on this row, it would just black out or turn all the squares there into whiteness, blankness. Have that for every column, every row, and potentially have a grid where you could turn off entire numbers. Inherently, if I could right click on the 3 and that would toggle the 3s to disappear, that would let you change your appearance and focus down on the screen. It's not quite as good as just a transparency layer where you could just take a snapshot and change everything and then recall a snapshot, or you could draw over on top of it. So I think what we are hitting here now is, since this one has to be 1, 2, 3, this is where we should focus and see where we have an area of influence on a 1, 2, 3 that would affect something. But weirdly, if this is 5, 8, 9, or 6, 7, 9, that wouldn't be affected at all. But a 1, 2, 3, if the remaining possibilities and what's being considered here is whether it's 5, 8 or whether it's 6, 7, the 1, 2 here, 1, 2, 3 here would mean that 1 and 2 can't both be in here, or 1 and 3 can't both be in here, or something like that. But I actually don't think that tells me anything at all. A 1 has to be here in this box. So if a 1 has to be either here or here, and then let's see what the actual possible combinations on this was. Yeah. If this was 1, then 2 and 5, then the 1 still could be here, but you couldn't do 1, 2, 7. Okay, if this was 1 and 3 and 4, then a 1 could still be here, but then you couldn't have 3 or 4, probably. So these two probably do affect each other across. But unfortunately, I don't think it's a case where you couldn't just have a 1 here and then either 2 and 5 or 3 and 4 here, and then eliminate the possibility of a 1 being here, but still have the combination of 2, 3, 5 in this box, which would not eliminate the possibility of a 1 being here. But there is something to that, I guess. if this was 2, 3, 5 in any order at all, then 1, 2, and 5 just don't think would work. A 1 here, and then a 2 here. Yeah. Like a 1 and a 2 here, and a 5 here would mean both the 2 and the 5 would have to be here. So this can't be 1, 2, 5 if this is 2, 3, 5. If this was 1, 3, 4, then 2, 3, 5 would work. However, it would just have to have the 3 be the opposite of that. So we still need some more information before we can eliminate anything. And I would say that this box here and this box here are probably spiraling in a different way. And we shouldn't quite address them yet. It definitely feels like the start point is here to try and eliminate something from here, to try and eliminate some possibilities from here. I guess maybe I need to go back and consider something here. Can we eliminate or elevate 2, 3, 5 as a possibility here by considering the overlapping 9 here? If this was 1, 3, and then 4, then this could be 2, 3, and 5, which would still let this be 5, 8, 9. The 5 would just have to be here, one of these two spots, because all of these are high digits. Yeah. So maybe if there was a 9 in any of these combinations, that would play a role. Otherwise, if there was a 5, 8 combination, maybe that would play a role. 1, 2, 5 here, and then a 5, 8, 9 here would eliminate possibilities of 5s. So that would eliminate 2 possible combinations. But overall, I don't think that helps me. And it does kind of feel like you would have to be locked down in this digit before you could really touch that digit. I'm gonna try my opposite coloring here because I honestly don't think I can make any more progress otherwise. So just trying to opposite corner color things so that they look relatively decent. Yeah. I don't think that turned out too bad. Even better. Nope. If I am going to do the opposite corner coloring, it should be really like that. So that's kind of a great example of a tutorial hint they could have been told to the player very much at the beginning, because highlighting in color with this 9 color subset, of which there are 1, 2, 3 colors that I absolutely wouldn't want to use, and then there are are several colors here that are a little rough. I would like slightly different shades. I definitely feel like there's room to have a white border around the digits, just a single pixel even of white font to give it a shadow and have the digits stand out in the background. And you could always render that white font. It would be insignificantly wasteful to do it that way. And when you're on a white background, you just wouldn't see the white border font. You would only see it when it's highlighted with a different color. And yes, if you were in dark theme mode, which there is a dark theme mode. Let's see. Same thing. Go into a black border at that point and invert the colors, which I think that's pretty much exactly all this is doing, is it is just running an invert filter on some colors, although not all of them, because I don't think the blue here would just invert back to blue. The highlights here look pretty awful. Maybe if you were solving Sudoku puzzles at night in bed or something, this would make sense, but visually that does look terrible. And we initially looked at all of these themes, and I don't think any of the other themes really change much. That inherently there are dark themes that look terrible with slightly different colors in the background, and then there are light themes, and then there are some more solid color themes, which this is way too intense. Yeah. And see, if you wanted to give something free for Valentine's Day, maybe you just make a Valentine's Day theme, something that's flippant and most people wouldn't engage with, just little red hearts in the background, instead of trying to make a Sudoku puzzle that isn't polished and finished. I mean, the initial instinct would be to make a Sudoku puzzle, but if you can't guarantee that it's fully polished as a product, don't release it. Yeah. There is probably some level of interaction between this and this. Can we figure out what the interaction would be? Well, first of all, I'm noticing I'm wrong here. One could very much, even though there's a 1 here, 1 could be here, and then a 1 could be here, which brings back all the possible 1s. Then we determined 2, 4, 9 couldn't be here because the 2 or the 4 would be here. But actually, those are still possible too. So, while 1 is not possible here, I don't really see a reason why 9 couldn't be a possibility here. And I don't see a reason why 9 couldn't be a possibility here. So yeah, there isn't any information there. But let's go back to this. if we know the 1 can't be in this box, and we do know that's the case, and this is 1, 2, 3, then the 1 could be here, and then the 1 could be here. So what are the possibilities here? And see, this is going to be irritating because I'm going to have to jump between possible combinations, and really, I'd like to be able just to mark and make a note of all the possible combinations in several spots, because we're having to cross-reference amongst 3 possibilities. If there was a 1 here and a 1 here, there still could be a 1 here. With 1, 8, 9. If for some reason this couldn't be 1, 8, 9, then there wouldn't be a 1 here, and that still wouldn't mean anything. Of all the possible combinations in this box, almost every digit is viable. If there was a 2 here, then there still could be a 2 here, and it would eliminate some possibilities here, but not all of them. And so we really just don't have anything at all. We know a 9 must be here in this box. We know 1, 2, 3 must be in this box. And a 1 must be in this box. And I don't think there's any like grand design here where if we find out that a 1 is here and a 9 is here and a 2 and a 3 is here, that we can then figure something out. Yeah. Because all the digits would be different and they'd all be in different rows and all in different columns. I think this puzzle is living up to its name in Miser, because it is being very miserly in the information it gives us. If we had like a combination here where there was a 1 here, it would not change anything because the 1 still could be here. If there was a 2 here, it wouldn't change anything because the 2 could still be there. So let's see if a smart hint even tells us anything. That's not particularly surprising that it can't help me. But it definitely feels like there should be something it could say. Like the default thing you could say with smart hints is say, maybe consider the 1s, maybe consider the 2s, maybe consider the 3s, maybe consider the 4s. But honestly, I guess if the smart hint can give you a hint, then it means doing basic Sudoku to consider how the numbers are influenced by other numbers is a waste of time. That there's just no way that would be it. That would be helpful. Okay, wait a minute. There is something here I can consider. If this digit here, if this box here can't have 9 in it because the 9 is already here, that doesn't change anything because it's just the same as all these other cells. I was thinking though, if we knew that this was missing one of the other digits, let's say it was missing 8, then I could make a virtual killer box of 5 instead of 6, and then remove the 8 from the possible combinations. You still probably would have to do actually the combinations to get to In this case, that would be 23. Yeah. If I found out that this couldn't be an 8, then we would know everything would be 127 for some reason. And then that would eliminate the 8 from all these possibilities and make this have to be 589 at that point. So if we could find that in, that would be helpful. Let's see if there's possibly a case of something like that. If there was some way that we could say that this is not 479 and maybe there is something like this. Let's consider these two boxes here. If this was 389, then we would know that the 8 and 9 couldn't be here, and the 3 couldn't be here. So could you do then a mirror of that and do 3, 8, 9? Sure. It seems doable. And I suppose that's probably true with any combination. If this was 479, this could be 479. But if this was 389, you could also do 479 this way. Well, not quite, because then there would be 2 9s here. Is that the case with 389s too? If this was 389 and then this was 389, then there would be 9s in the same box, so that wouldn't work. If this was 389, then this couldn't be 398, because then there'd be 2 8s, and that's going to be true for any digit. So these two boxes can't be the same. They have to be a pair. And that's what I was thinking. And is there a possibility then if this was 389, this could be 4, 9, and 7 still, and that would work. And if this was 389, this could be 9, 5, 6, and that would still work. Let's actually just mark this, because this is going to get somewhat complicated. We'll individually mark with some speculation red dots 3, 8, and 9 here. Then when we consider this, we know it has to be different, because whether this is 3, 8, or 9, it would be in the same box as that, so that's not a possibility in that scenario. 4, 7, 9 would just mean that the 9 has to be either here or here, and since the 9 couldn't be here, the 9 would have to be here, and this can be 4, 7, 5, 6, 9, the 9 would have to be here, but then it could be 5, 6, and 5, 7, 8 would mean that the 8 would have to be here, and that this would be 5 and 7, or 7 and 5, which inherently doesn't quite get us there. If we could eliminate 5, 7, 8 as a possibility, that would help me get to that point. And then maybe there would be some combination here to affect that, but I wouldn't suspect that's the case. Every single combination here might be possibly eliminated, though. if we were going to consider that. If this was 3, 8, maybe that eliminates something here, regardless of what is paired here. But it's just so complicated. There's so many different combinations you'd have to test out to see if for certain there isn't a single possibility that, say, a 9 can't be in this column. And since we know a 9 can't be here, that would then eliminate all 3 of these, or 4 of these combinations with 9s in it. And yeah, for the interest of time, 45 minutes into this puzzle, instead of trying to struggle to figure out the combinations, I probably should just use a hint. There is, I guess, maybe something to consider here, in that these boxes here might interact with these boxes, like these 2 boxes in particular. So if this was 3, 8, 9 again, then that would eliminate both 8 and 9 from being in this spot, and would require a 9 or an 8 to be in this spot. And then with that, does that help you consider the possibilities here? Is there a possible combination in this box that can happen where a 9 or 8 doesn't occur in this row? Yep. Pretty obviously, all 4 of these combinations have to be in all 4 of these spots. But I don't know if there's a pairing where, like, this 389 pairs with something over here being a 389. And so this really is probably more about realizing that this triplicate has to be the same as this triplicate, but in a different order. If an 8-9 is here, an 8-9 has to be, 8 or 9 has to be here. It could also, of course, be 8-3, which, yeah, there is just positional information here that I just don't want to wrap around my brain. I think the guess is that 8 and 9, or at least 9, is down here in this row. Maybe that is all the information we really need to derive. We can derive. So I'm going to take a leap of faith and hope this is right, and potentially make a mistake and say that these can't be not. These 3 have to be 9, which then eliminates 9 from a possibility here, and a 9 from a possibility here, which then means you're squeezing 9s into quite a few places. I would venture to guess there's probably not a 9 here or here either. But I'm so out on a limb with that idea that I don't know if there's really any coming back from it. 7 has 2 possible combinations. 6 has only 1. So 6 and 8 stand out. But then 3 and 4 also stand out. No, it's not 6. It's 3 and 6. It stand out, not 8, because there are actually 2 8s. And so 3, 6, and 4 are your placement numbers. If we could figure out that a 3 goes into this box, and a 6 goes into this box, and a 4 goes into this box, that would be very helpful. But yeah, I think I am just also spouting a bunch of nonsense here. Let's just read hint 1. See if they can explain it better than I can. In row 6, placing 1, 2, 3 requires 3 to be in one of the 20 cages. Okay. In row 6, that would be this row. You're going to have to place 1, 2, 3, which, okay. If we know a 1 and a 2 and a 3 are up here, then we know that there needs to be a 1 either here or here, and a 2 either here or here, or more importantly a 3 either here or here. Yeah, because if the 3 was here, then the opposite place wouldn't be a 3, and then there'd have to be a 3 here. Or if a 3 was here, then that could be one of those 3 would be a 3, and then one of these would be a 3. Although it does kind of feel like if a 3 was here, and then one of these 3 were 3, why couldn't this be a 3 and still leave out 3? And 2, 1 is then either in row 6, column 1, or 9. Yeah, I'm not following the scenario where this couldn't be 3. If this was 3, and this was 3, and then one of these was 3, and then for the same reasons, a 1, 2 could be like up here, and then a 1, 2 could be in any of these. It still seems like that's a viable possibility. Well, there was very little hope. There was very, very little hope that I was going to be able to solve this puzzle actually understanding it, so I'm just going to take it on faith. It says a 1, 2 must be in those 2 positions, and 3 must be in one of these 4 positions, which is going to be weird to mark that like that. I don't see a reason why that has to be that case. Unless it gets back into the complicated thought that if a 3 has to be here, that's going to affect what can be here, that's going to affect what's going to be here, which is going to then affect what is going to be here, to the point where 1 and 2 could not be here, and thus 1 and 2 would have to be here or here. So first hint, I'm already lost. Hint number 2 says the version of 1, 2 in row 6, column 9 must be the same version as row 9, column 7 and 8. I hate when they use the phrase version. They've used it like twice without explaining it, and it definitely doesn't feel like it's used often enough, and none of these words are defined. Well, they're not defined at all, so what they mean when they say version. I can color what they're saying. They're saying that this 1, 2, whatever version of that, must be also here. One of those. So this digit matches either this digit or this digit. I'm not 100% sure why that would be the case. If this is a 1, then that would make this a 1. So then this would have to be a 1. Or if this was a 1, this could be a 2, a 3, or a 5, which would probably not affect anything. No. Yeah, that 2, 3, 5 wrecks that logic if that's how it's supposed to play out. And if this was a 1 in general, then either this or this could be a 1. And then I guess maybe because there can't be a 1, 2 in any of these spots, there is a 1, 2 that has to be here. Although I don't see exactly why this would have to be the same as this and this. I almost would think what it should say here is that the 1, 2 in row 6, column 9 must influence the row 9, 7, 8, and also influences row 7 and 8 here. And I really am not following that. That this too, somehow the version of this influences this in some way. Hence, row 1, 2 here of column 1 must be a 3, 4. Alright, let's see if I can actually wrap my brain around what they're saying here. No, I don't think so. There's just far too many mental missing steps, and there's plenty of room here for more sentences to explain this. Somehow they're getting to the point where they're saying this must be a 1, 2, and we're more confident that this must be a 1, 2, which will then make in some way influence this so these two have to be a 1, 2. We're more confident of that, which would eliminate 1, 2 possibilities here. Okay, so I could see how it could turn the corner by eliminating these possible 1, 2s, which then would make this have to be a 1, 2 pair, which gets to this point of eliminating a 1-2 pair, which makes this a 1-3-4 with a 1 being here. So I have almost all the logic on this. Was there possibly a case here? Yes, this is mismarked. So that explains some of this. If we eliminate 1 and 2 as a possibility because it's not a possibility in that spot, now I think I do see what's happening here. This, while there is still a logical gap as to why this has to be a 1-2 here, this would eliminate 1 and 2, either 1s or 2s, but not both, which would mean if this was 1, it eliminates 1, makes a 1 be here, which then eliminates the 1s here, which makes a 1 be in one of these, which then eliminates 1. And the opposite, I think, is also true. If we had the real confidence that this here had to be 1-2, then this at that point would have to be a 2. Which would eliminate the 2s here, which would make a 2 here, which would eliminate the 2s here, which would make a 2 between these two, which would eliminate this, and maybe make that a 1. Although not really, because if this and this are both 1-2, that eliminates all the 1s and 2s through both directions. So that's not really the case. And they are very specifically telling us to only focus on one variant and take that as reality, which these two do have to be 1-2. I think I am backwards logic figuring this out now. If this is 1-2-3, that means there is not a 1, 2, or 3 here, and noticeably because of the combinations, this can't be 1-2 and this can't be 1-2, which then does mean the only places in this column by just basic Sudoku are actually 1-2. Let's see. And then if there are 1-2s here, that does follow this logic to force a 3 into one of these positions. Yeah, and so looking here, yeah, I've managed to get back on track somewhat. I think I am kind of completely back on track now, thinking backwards here. This has to be 1 or 2. If this is 1 or 2, if this is 1, then it eliminates all the 1s here, and then means a 1 has to be here, but that doesn't mean that a 2 has to be here. A 2 could also be over here. So just the 1s would be eliminated here, which means a 1 has to be here, but not inherently a case that a 2 has to be here. But by putting a 1 here, 1 goes here, 1 goes here, 1 has to go here. Weirdly, that makes this a 2, which, okay. So we know that this would never be a pair of 1 2s, just that one of these would be 1, and then this would be paired to a 2. Regardless, that gets rid of the 1 2 and makes this 1 3 4. It also gets rid of the 1 in the 1 3 4 in this column, so this has to be 3 4. And so the instructions do make sense to me now, and I have got it to this spot. So that has to be a 1. Now the area of influence of a 1 at the moment is probably not that big. But what we can do, and see if we can figure this out, is if we now know that the 1 exists here, then these combinations, this is either 2 3 5, which still would allow this to be a 1 to go around back this whole way. This is where I feel like being able to put a red pin with a rope might be helpful. If you could just draw a line here and draw a line here and draw a line here and just make a full arrow to show that these are all influencing each other. It would be just yet another way of marking things. We do probably need more ways. Still feels like this could be 2 3 5. Whereas if it was any other solution, then there would be a 1 here, and then that would eliminate this possibly being 1, which would have to make it 2, which would go all the way and make that a 1, which then would tell me that 1 would have to be here. But unfortunately, I think 2 3 5 keeps that from really being the case. We should consider some other possibilities though. If this was 1 here, and then this was 3 6, well then this could be 4 and this could be 3. If this was 1 2 7, that doesn't affect it at all. If this was 1 4 5, well then this could be 3 and this could be 4, and 2 3 5 could be in any order at all. So I don't think that affects anything. Is there a possibility that 1 could not be in this spot? Not that I'm really seeing. It seems like there's still some possibilities here. Yeah, and this almost certainly is going to continue on the next hint that I'm going to have to take pretty quickly here into a positional thought. Before we take the hint though, we know that this affected that. What happens if we go the opposite way and calculate some things? We'll click on that so we know where we're looking. If this was 1, then this would have to be 1 in that case, and then one of these two would have to be 1, and this would be 1 2. which that would eliminate 1, 2, 7 as a possibility. And it actually would eliminate all the possible combinations, isn't it? In case, because I can't put a 1 here to avoid the 1, 2 pair here. If this is 1 and this is 2, which it will be, that one of these two will be 1 and one of these will be 2, and it works the opposite way too. If this was 2, it eliminates all these 2's, then one of these has to be a 2, which eliminates all these 2's. So one of these 2's have to be a 2, so then you have a 2, 1, which then eliminates any possibility of 1 being here. So the only possible combination of this is that 2 is in this spot, and that these 2 are 3's and 5's. Now, that's some progress. Now if we know it's 1, 3, 4, then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in these spots are not right. We'll fix these 2 boxes in a second. Yeah. So this should be 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in these spots. That eliminates the possibility of 3 or 4 being in that spot. Okay. We can look at this box, and so it seems like we may spiral in this direction. And we can say, well, if a 1 can't be in the box, can't be in this spot, the only place a 1 could be would be here. And since the 1 is in the way, that gets rid of the first 2 1's. If this was 2, 4, 9, 4 could be here, and this could be 2, 9. This was 2, 5, 8, that doesn't change. If this was 2, 6, 7, that doesn't change. If this was, though, 3, 4, 8, you could hide a 3 here, but you couldn't hide both the 3 and the 4 here. So a 4 would have to be here or here, which is impossible. So 3, 4, 8 is out. 3, 5, 7, still doable. 4, 5, 6, still doable. So it does seem like that eliminated some possibilities, but not all of them. Is 2, 4, 9 still doable? Yes, it is, yeah. And in this current state, I don't think you have anything that would help you with. We could consider something here. If this was 5, 8, 9, that seems still very doable, because this could be 5 and then the 5 could be here, or this could be 5 and then the 5 would be here. 6, 7, 9 seems very doable still too, so I don't think we're ready to touch on that one. If we have a 3, 5 pair in this, it is basic Sudoku to just get rid of the 3, 5's there. And if we have a 3, 4 pair, we can get rid of those. And then that may help lower down the possibilities. But I don't know what the next step is, and I think this is a good point at 75 minutes in to take a little bit of a break, and since I need it. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. That was a longer pause than I thought it was really going to be, so I've probably forgotten everything about the puzzle. Now, there are a lot of people on YouTube that do clip cuts and certainly could pause a recording, do a jump cut, and look up the answer or spend more time on the puzzle. I am obviously not one of those people, and if you ever needed any evidence of that, I would definitely make these episodes considerably shorter. And there's a lot of YouTubers who get really good at that too, where you can't even really tell where the clip is happening in a lot of cases if you're not paying really close attention. It makes people like Captain Sparkles look way better at like jumping around in Minecraft than I think he really is, because he does have clip cuts in some of his videos, but it also makes his videos not long plays. It makes them abridged, and which is fine, and I think that works very good for his audience. It's just not the kind of audience I'm trying to curate. So yeah, I'm pretty sure I thought I picked the right spot to take a break, just in the fact that there is not really going to be anything that I was halfway working through in this setup. Like, we had gotten to this point and that was about it. There's still a possibility that the 1 could be in this killer box. There's still a possibility that the 2 could be in the killer box. There's no possibility that a 1 could be in this killer box, and we did that. And I guess if 1s were eliminated from all the combinations here, that's still not changing anything. It does create this weird situation that may play out or not, in that this 1 can only be a 1 now, and this 2 could only be a 2 now, but it's also possible that it's neither. And it eliminates 1s from the top here and 2s from the tops here. So somewhere in this box is a 1 and a 2. Well, not exactly that. We know a 1 and 2 can't be up here, but you could have a 1 and a 2 here, and then you would just have, if you had a 1 here, a 1 would then show up here, and then if you had a 2 here, a 2 would show up here. So that eliminates some possibilities, but not enough. Then the 3 5s, basic cleanup, gets rid of 3s and 5s. Is there something that would be limited here to say that a 3 now must be in this spot? I don't think we're quite to that point. We do know that between this there would be a 3 here somewhere. So if the 3 was in one of these two, it would eliminate all these possibilities of being a 3, and then 3 5 eliminates all these possibilities of being a 3, and that still leaves a possibility of a 3 being here. More likely, though, it would be down here, and then maybe over here. and this having to be 9, if I'm even right about that part, doesn't help in any way. So we're probably going to have to go to hint 3. Let's see if a smart hint can help us first. Nope. So hint 3 was, now the tin cage in box 3 cannot contain a 1. Its 2 cannot be in row 1 or 2, column 9. We did get to that part. Good. So then we obviously are still on the same path of needing a hint. So let's go to hint 4. 3 in row 6 must be in one of the 2 20 cages. Yeah, we have that weird marking where we have an elevated 3 here and here, which must be 3, 8, 9. Okay. Let me figure that. Okay. You see what they're saying, that if 3 is in this cage, then it's 3, 8, 9. Or if 3 is in this cage, then the other 2 would be 8, 9. Does that inherently change that much? It would mean an 8, 9 pair would have to be here, which then an 8, 9 pair would maybe eliminate these 2 possibilities here, but probably not. Because if a 3 was here and you had an 8, 9 pair here, or you had an 8, 9 pair here and a 3 here, which is also a possibility, that would only eliminate possible combinations that had both 8 and 9 in it, not eliminating anything there. And it's even worse if we were looking at this box, where this could be an 8, 9 here, an 8, 9 here, and a 3 here, and that really wouldn't guarantee any elimination at all. Of the possibilities here, if this was 3, then an 8, 9 pair here, that would eliminate 8 and 9 from all the possibilities on this 20 killer box. Yeah. Meaning that this can't be an 8, 9 pair, which then reduces the possibilities, if I'm correct, down to either the 3 is here or here, and then there's an 8, 9 pair here, and then 8, 9 pair here. But even that, then I think, yeah, that works, because then this could be 8, and then this could be 9 as part of this 20 box, and then this could be 9 and whatever other digits need to be here, whether it's 4, 7, 9 or 5, 6, 9 or 3, 8, 9, or this even could be that the 9 is here and then there could be an 8 here, and that still would work as long as they're just not in a row. Okay, I think that is correct. So the movement then would be to eliminate those as a possibility. And honestly, I guess you just straight up eliminate those as a possibility. Probably also means you should just eliminate that as a possibility. Nothing really stops the 3 from otherwise appearing in these boxes, though. And it's still very much a speculative solution that we're approaching here. Let's not bring that up yet. If 3 has to be here in one situation, then does 3 have to be here? It can't be here or here, but it could also be here and here, and I just don't have any information in the center here to interact with that. And this 1, 2, 3 pair, I don't think that helps either. In looking at a potential column here, I don't think that helps either. So yeah, let's continue reading the hint. It says, must be 3, 8, 9 was as far as we had gotten before. There are no 3s in row 7, 8, and 9, column 1 or 9. That is true. How's that helpful? That there's no 3s there. We know we need a 3 in this reverse square, don't we? Which means one of these has to be a 3. Maybe not. And I kind of don't want to have to bring up the calculation, but let's do it. Let's not be lazy. So we would be looking for 25 with 6 digits. There are no 3s here, 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 or here, but possibly a 3 here and here. And not 100. We got the 3, 5. Helped eliminate some of those. Is there a scenario where it could be 1, 2, 5, 6, 7? Yes. Or otherwise there's a scenario of 3 possible combinations where a 3 is included, which if we look at these possible combinations, there's only one scenario here where 3, 8, 9 would be included, and I'm fairly certain, because you have this 4 reflections on each other, all influencing each other, that you can't just do 3, 8, 9 and then 3, like put a 3 here, put a 9 here, and 8 here, 8 here, 9 here. But you might actually be able to do that. It would just then eliminate 3 8s from being these two solutions. Let's continue reading the hint. No 3s in row 7, 8, 9, column 1 or 9, and can only be a maximum of 1 in row, column 2 and 3, and 7 and 8. Yeah, so there can only be 1 in these spots. Yeah, that's logical. Which inherently means what? That one of the 2 of these combinations has to be 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Is there an odd number in this that's not in any of the other combinations? Otherwise, no. So if either this or this has to be this combination, you still really don't know which it would be. And the number 1 here doesn't influence anything more, and the number 2 doesn't influence anything more. If one of the combinations has to be 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, then the 4 here would eliminate 4 possibilities, meaning one of these two would have to be a 4, and the 5 here would potentially eliminate those possibilities, meaning one of these have to be a 5. So the possibilities are either this one is 3, 5 here, if it happens to be that this is 3 at all, or this is 3, 4 here, 3, 4 pair here, if this happens to be a 3 in between these two spots. But what's the next step on that? Like, it creates possibly a 1, 2, 6, 7 that we know one of these would be 1, 2, and then the rest here would be, this would be 3, 5. If this is 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 1 in the 3 remaining spots. And the combination we were considering here was a 3, 8, 9. And so this would have to be 8 or 9 for that to work. And you can't get a 3, 8, 9. Is this some weird, super long, speculative thought just to say that this won't work? But I kind of feel like it's the same situation over here. If this is 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 in these 7 spots, and then we know then if the 3 was here, this would be 3, 4, then the remaining spots here would be 1, 2, 4, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. So this combination, if the 3 is over here, this combination has to be opposite of that combination to make a potential combination of either 4, 7, 9, or something like that. It can't be 3, 8, 9. It would be no, I think it's even worse than that. If this was 3, 4 over here, this combination actually would have to be I don't know if I understand what I'm saying at all. It's all just too complicated. It's too many possible combinations that need to be considered. There's something I think about the 3, 4 being here, making this combination have to include 3, 4, not exclude it. Yeah, which would just get you down to these two different possibilities. So 6, 9, 7, 8. And so if that was the case, and we looked at the possibilities here, there's one combination where 6, 9 could be, with the 3 in this spot. And then there's a, or 5 in this spot, not a 3, 5, 6, 9 combination, or 5, 7, 8. So one of these has to be 3 and one of these has to be 5. I think might be something you could guess, but I just 9. I have no idea. So the last part of hint part 4 says there must be a 3 in row 7 and 8 and column 2 and 3 and 7 and 8. So their final conclusion here, which is probably more logically accurate, is that there must be a 3 somewhere in this spot. That would be row 7 and 8, column 2 and 3, or this spot. And so maybe that makes some kind of circular logic to then eliminate some things, some possibilities. So we take what we've just been told is true, and we hope it's true. We had thought then this has to be 389, or this could be 389. If that logic follows, that there must also be a 3 in this spot, then the only combinations possibly are a 389. So one of these two is just 389 in one 20 killer box and the 389 in the other killer box. Is there any scenario where then a 389 in a row eliminates all possibilities in some of these other killer boxes? If it had 8, 9 in it, then this one would be eliminated. We'll just click this and then unclick everything. And then that would be eliminated, and that would be eliminated. And that would leave several possibilities still. If these were the two 389s. If we look at this combination, and these were the 389s, then this would be eliminated, this would be eliminated, this would be eliminated. That would still leave some possibilities. Let me go back and look at this one. I don't think I did this right. If this is 389, that would still, like, 389 would mean both the 8 and 9 would be here, so that would be eliminated. But a 389 here would eliminate the 9 in this spot, but then a 9 could be here, but we know, I guess a 9 can't be there, so that would be eliminated. Same would be true for that. Same would be true for that. And then 389 with, because it would be 3 and 8, that one would be eliminated. And then that would get you down to 4, 6, 8, which seems doable. And 5, 6, 7. But this guess only makes sense if that absolutely, if this is absolutely 389s in 2 pairs of 389s. if we eliminated 389 as a possibility around one of these, maybe that will tell me something. Let's calculate. Okay, 6 digits for 25. If 389 are eliminated as possibilities here, it would have to be 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then this 5 would be eliminated from this possibility, which would make this be a 5. Or if 389 were eliminated over here, then it still would have to be 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, which would eliminate this 4 from being here, and mean one of these has to be a 4. So that implies there's a decent chance, but maybe not a guaranteed chance, that the 4 is here and the 5 is here. Which actually I don't think helps much. So what's the next hint? Yeah. Unless there was something more about this combination that would eliminate it. Like 389s would stop. Well, 3 as a possibility can only be here if these are 389s. Then that would eliminate 3 from being anywhere. And actually I think it's even more complicated than that, like, because it's not just that a 3 would be here, it would also be that a 3 is here, so 3 in total couldn't be part of it. Neither. And the 9 would be here, and the 9 would be here, so a 9 couldn't be part of it. And the 8, which, if that was the case, that would get us down to 4, 5, 6, 4, 2, 5, 8. As the possibilities here, if these are 389s. But it doesn't get us any further than that. Until maybe you consider that a 4 would have to be here between these two. And so if this was 4, 5, 6, 4 could be here. Yeah, the 4 could be here, which would put the 4 here, if that was that case. Unfortunately, this feels like just pure speculation. Really. That my hint, my thought is that this is 4, and then this is a 5, 6 pair between these two. And then down here, this would be 4, and then this would be not 3, but some number. This would all be 389, eliminating everything but 4. Assuming these are 389, which is the problem, is I'm still speculating on that these have to be the 389 pairs, or two groups of 389s. Next hint. So each cage pairs in row 6 and 7. Let's see if we can de-highlight some things and look at it better. Each cage pair in row 6, 7, and 8 contain column 2 and 3, and 6, 7, and 8 column 7 and 8. These two groupings contains a 3, 8, 9 and another 8 or 9. And see, I think I was really narrowing it down even more than that. I was saying that column 7 and 8 in column 2 and 3 and 7 and 8 contained 8 through 8, 9 and the 8, 9. That means that the cage pair is repeated 9s. The cage pair with repeated 9 forces 9 into either row 3 of column 1 or row 3 of column 9. Oh, so they're approaching this in a much more logical way that I overlooked. Yeah, if a 9 must be in this column and must be in this column, that eliminates all the 9s in these columns, and since you need a 9 in this box, a 9 has to be here or here. So that makes this here and here an 8-9 pair. Which really don't have to mark the way I just marked it. So we have an 8-9 pair in that spot, which eliminates now all of these spots, all of these, from having an 8 or 9 in them. Just by basic Sudoku exclusion, which then means if you can't have both an 8 and 9 in your combination, could you have an 8 in here? Well, let's start with the possible combinations here. 2, 4, 9. The thought here would have been that the 4 of this 3, 4 pair would be down here, which would put the 9 here, which means that's not good. 2, 5, 8. Well, can't be an 8 here, so it could be an 8 here, and then this could be 2, 5, so that seems still viable. 2, 6, 7. You could still do that. 3, 5, 7. 3 can't be here, but 3 might be here, and that would be 5, 7. And then 4, 5, 6, which 4 and 5 and 6 still seem viable. So that one didn't get eliminated as far as possibilities too much. This 1, 8, 9 can be eliminated to begin with, and it may not have that much help here. 2, 7, 9. The 9 could be here, the 2 could be here, and that would still work. 3, 6, 9. The 9 could be here, the 3 could be here. Is there a possibility that a 2 can't be here? Seems like it still could be. 3, 7, 8. Well, the 8 could be here, and then it would be 3 and 7, and that still seems doable. 4, 5, 9. 9 could be here. This could be 4, 5, which that means there is a possibility of a 4-5 here and a 4-5 here, which wouldn't work, but that's only one small possibility. 4-6-8. Yeah. We possibly could still have that as long as the 8's here. And then 5-7-6. And yeah, we are not anywhere close. Or basic Sudoku wouldn't do anything for us. And of the possible combinations here, with now knowing that an 8-9 can't be up here, putting a 9 here does not affect the 1, 2, 3. Putting an 8 here doesn't affect the 1, 2, 3. Possibly there's some synergy here where if every possible combination here used 8 and 9, if 5, 6, 7 for some reason was not viable, which it seems like it still is, then you might say that this is an 8-9 pair and this is an 8-9 pair. And if you went all the way around, it doesn't change anything really. If this is 8, it could eliminate all these 8s, and then an 8 would be here, which would eliminate all those, and that would be an 8, and then that would make that a 9. I think that's all you could really derive from that. You could derive that just by them being in the same column anyways. So we're going to have to go the hint 6. Now I do suspect that there's quite a few hints in this final very difficult 10-star puzzle. It would be very shocking if I just clicked next and we had the final hint. That being said, there is also a scenario here where significant chunks of this puzzle are just untouched by killer boxes, and so we know these significant chunks are almost certainly going to be mostly solved by basic Sudoku. Okay. 8, 9 are in row 3, column 1 and 9. We got that. And the other 8, 9 in boxes 1, 3 are in both row 1 and 2, column 2. Not sure I follow. And row. It's row 1 and 2, column 2 and 3. And or 7 and 8. So if this is 8, then 9 has to be in one of these. 9 can't be here. If this is 9, then 8 has to be here. If this is 8, then 9 has to be here. So weirdly, it means there's just an 8 here and a 9 here. And since we know one of these 8s is in this spot, if an 8 was here, then the 9 would be here. It would be 9, then a 6, 7 pair here. I hope that doesn't come into play, but it might. It might then influence that. If the 9 was, if the 8 was here, we somehow determined that 9s couldn't be in this box. I don't think that's right. I think 9s can be in this exterior box. But maybe not. Maybe it doesn't matter because it's 5, 8, 9 is the other possible combination here, so you could just do a 9 and an 8 here, which would put an 8, a 5 here, or a 9 and a 5 and an 8 here. So all of those influence each other and help set them. So the rest of this hint continues. Now 4, 8, 9s in column 2 and 3 have been used in row, which that doesn't even make sense. And it's interesting that they've actually had to spell out the number 4. 4, 8, 9s in columns 2 and 3. So it's saying just kind of label these as 8, 9s, but think of them as 8, 9s. Have been used in row 1, 2, and 6, and 7 and 8, column 2, 3. Which I'm not following. At what point did we determine that there must be an 8, 9 in these spots? Or of all the possible combinations, guess every combination either includes an 8 or a 9. Marking that would be really difficult to be able to visually see it. And inherently, yeah, this feels like a situation where without some other skill or strategy to mark it on the paper, you would just never see what the hint is saying. You would have to do it all in your own mind and just imagine the boxes and the number positions. I mean, let's give it a try to see how we could pencil mark this. These we're thinking are 8, 9s, and then because of the possible combinations here, we were thinking that this could be 3 and then this could be 8 and 9, but it could also be like 4, 7, 9s, which would just be 1, 9. It does feel like if it was 4, 7, 9 that the other one could be 4, 7, 9, and then you wouldn't really have 8, 9s as a possibility. Only 3, 8, 9 works as far as having 3, 8, 9s if you assume that this is 3, 8, 9 and this is also 3, 8, 9. Whatever, let's just go forward. The area 4, 8, 9s in column 2 and 3 have been used in row 1, 2, and 6, and 7, and 8. So just consider 5 rows, 2 columns worth of data. And the area in row 3, 4, and 5 in column, so this area here cannot contain an 8, 9 is what they're saying. Which that does logically make sense if I could get to the point where I was certain that there was an 8, 9 pair here. Let's at least just try and mark that correctly as best as we can. Yeah. There's the only two combinations that have 8 in them, either 389 or 578. Is there possibly a better, more logical way to figure this out? If this is an 8-9 pair here, then you could still have an 8-9 pair column. So yeah, it does seem like somewhere between this and this spot there's a leap in logic, and honestly it's right between this sentence and this sentence. 8-9s are in column 3, 1 and 9. I understand that. The other 8-9s are in the boxes 1 and 3 are both in row 1, 2 and 3, row 1 and 2 in column 2 and 3, and 7 and 8. Those numbers. Making those 8-9s. But at what point did we determine the 8-9s down here? Did I even mention 8-9 in any of the previous hints? Each cage pairs, each of these cage pairs here contains a 3-8-9. Each of them do. And another 8 and 9. Each of them do. So I didn't understand hint number 5. That there is a 3 either here or here, and then there is another 3 either here or here, I guess. Maybe the 3 doesn't matter so much as the 8-9s seem to matter. Like, we got into this hint by looking at 3s. And so, of the possible combinations, one of these has to be 3-8-9. Then one of these two have to be 3-8-9, which could be a 3 here and then an 8-9. And then paired with those 3-8-9s is something else that has another singular 8 or 9. So 3-8-9 plus, if a 3 was here and 8 was here and 9 was here, then there would have to be a 9 here. And that could be 9-4-7 or 9-5-6. Or an 8 here. It still doesn't fully fill in an 8-9 pair, however, to get to 4. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to go backwards here and get back on the path of their logic. So let's just see where we were otherwise. If we've gotten to the point where 8-9s cannot be here, if we're trusting that, then that eliminates this as a possibility, and if we just reset everything, it would eliminate those two, eliminate that, would eliminate that, would eliminate that, making 267 still doable, 357 still doable, and 456 still doable. And I'm pretty sure it doesn't affect any of the rest of these. So I am just gonna have to click the next hint because I'm still too confused. The same is true in column 7 and 8, the 18 cage. Okay. So on that same flawed logic, they're saying 8 and 9 can't be here, and we'll eliminate the possibility of 8 and 9. Okay. Then if we look at this cage and eliminate everything with an 8 and 9, that would make this 5, 6, 7. Let's just take that as being true. Okay. I don't want to go any further. So, if this is true that this is 5, 6, 7, we can also, I imagine, do a little bit of cleanup work here. Just then eliminate the 8 and 9 to visually look better. Get rid of the 1 and 2. So then you would have a pairing of 6 and 7, which a 6 and 7, if this was 3, 8, 9, would just stop this from having 6 or 7 in this spot. But I don't think it actually eliminates any possibilities, because we would need some more confirmation. If it was 5 and 7 pair, then it would eliminate this. If it was 5 and 6 pair, it would eliminate this. Still leaving a couple options anyways. And then a 5, 6, 7 in this direction. Maybe this pair synergizes with this pair. If this was 2, 6, 7, which this could be, you would have, best case scenario, a 2 and a 6, which would still let this be 5, 7 with the 6 here. If this was 3, 5, 7 with the 3 here, that would be a 5 and a 7 here, which would eliminate that. So that's not a possibility anymore. And then if this was 4, 5, 6, so it would be a 5, 6 here, eliminating those possibilities. So we do now know that this has to be 2, 6, 7, assuming any of my logic up until this point is still solid. Assuming I'm just not completely off the rails. Okay. So we're locking down some pretty good possibilities. And then there might be some thought here now that this turns the corner, and we can look at possibilities here. 3, 8, 9 in this position would not be affected by 2, 6, or 7. 4, 7, 9 in this position would not be affected enough. 5, 6, 9 wouldn't be affected, and then 5, 7, 8 wouldn't be affected. Yeah, these combinations here, just not the overlapping numbers. And the combinations over here where 5, 6, 7 are considered. There's still, I think, a lot of wiggle room. I need something that was 5, 6, 7. Effectively. I think that would be the only way that would work. Perhaps this highlights something more in these spots, that one of these must be 1, one of these must be 4, and one of these maybe needs to be something else. But we don't know what that something else is. It's probably 6, if I was to guess. Three. No, it's 3, isn't it? Yeah. Which, if that's the case, then we have a triplicate in that row. Okay. So we've got a triple in that spot. Does that perhaps now affect what number could be here? 5, 8, 9. No, it still seems like you could do 5, 8, 9 here, and then this could just be 6 or 7. Or 6, 7, 9. Here could happen. And then this could be 5. It does imply that 5 is here or 5 is here, which maybe means we can do some secret math now. If it is a case that 5 can't be here. That's either 5, 8, 9 here, or 6, 7, 9, which would make this 5. So we have 6 digits, and we're trying to sum to 22 minus 45, which would be 23. Right, 22 plus 23 would be 45. And so if the combination says that in these 6 digits you're either going to have the 5 here, or you're going to have no 5 at all. And if you had no 5 at all, then this would be 5, 8, 9, and then this would be 6. I think. Yeah, 5 here, 5, 8, 9 eliminates the 5, and then it could be 6 or 7 here. Yeah, I think this could be 6 or 7 still. So I don't think that helps me that much. And I don't think we're at a point where 2 can only be in one place. Or are we at a point where 2 can only be in one place? Have we been at a point where 2 could have been only in one place for a long time now? Now that I'm looking. I guess probably when I locked down this to being a 567, that probably made this be a 2. Or when I locked this down to being a 276, that probably locked this down to being a 2. Let's check to make sure that is a 2. It is. Alright. Noticeably, 6 and 7 should be removed from that, and then we know this is a 589 now. It's missing something, though. There's a digit missing here. This can't be 589 because then this wouldn't be 89. But all the logic tells me this is 589, which it just can't be. One of them can be 8 and one of them, if this is 9, or one of them can be 9 if this is 8. Oh, I'm not guaranteed, because this isn't all in here, that this isn't 2. Which maybe I made that same mistake and eliminated 5 as a possibility from this spot and this spot inaccurately. Is there a way that this could be 6, 7, 9, which wouldn't force that to be a 5? No, I don't think so. I don't think there's any more progress though to be found. If we have a 2 here, and whether we guessed or whether we actually did use logic, that eliminates the 2 from that spot. And then we could maybe consider something down in this column. Unfortunately, I don't think it helps you much. It just means that a 2 would have to be in one of these 2 columns, which might spiral back to the where this 1, 2, 3 would be. Let me just kind of quickly look at every cell and see if there's any logical thought that I'm overlooking. I could also just do basic Sudoku to see if there's some kind of influence I'm overlooking, or a digit that is the only possibility. Yeah. It probably does say something about the English language that you have like words they're using that don't quite mean the meaning that the words should be. Like when you do a smart hint, which we'll check and see if we can, it'll say like naked pair and naked pair in abstract. If somebody just walked up to your street and said naked pair, that means nothing at all to you in abstract. It only makes sense if you're thinking of the jargon and the rules and the hints of Sudoku in Cracking the Cryptic, in particular Smart Hint way of describing things. And then inherently in the English language you would have to use more words to explain things. Of course, there are plenty of other languages where it's just like the word itself is super long, like German, or the word is made up for very obscure things like French. French has a lot of words that are rarely used. Okay. We did hint 5. 8, 9 are in row 1, row 3, column 1 and 9. Used. Yeah, we did hint 6. Same is true for columns 7 and 8. Since row 3, column 2 and 3 cannot be both 5, 6, 7, one of them is a 2 and the other is 6 and 7. Okay. We got that far on our own. 140 minutes into this puzzle. One of these has to be a 2 because it would be the only location where a 2 would be in that row. I didn't actually get that part. Then the other is 6 and 7. Which I guess means we can eliminate that from being a 2. There might be the same thought here that we need a 5. So one of these has to be a 5. And then the other has to be 6 and 7. Which would mean this is not 5. Okay. Yeah, so I didn't get this last sentence part. Now that I've thought the last sentence part through, we have this 6 and 7 pair, which eliminates 6 and 7 from possibilities in the rest of the row. Which implies that a 6 is going to be here or here for this row. And then a 7 would have to be here. And then, well, if this was 6, then a 7 would have to be here. Can 7 be down here? Yes. If this was 7, then a 6 would have to be down here. Can a 6 be down here? Yes. Same question. If this was 6, then a 7 would have to be down here. Could a 7 be down here? Yes. If this was 7, could a 6 be down here? Yes. So I don't think that eliminates anything. And I don't think that makes some kind of quintuple or septuple combo between the remaining pieces. It does create a weird situation, though, where if this is 6, and then just this was 7, then this could be 6. And this would have to be 7. This could be 6. Or this could be 6. Inevitably, if this was a paired 6 and 7 on any of these rows, that would eliminate 6 and 7 here, and then put no 6 and 7 on this row, but could have a 6 and 7 here just fine. If it instead was that this was 6 and this was its 13 complement, in that case its opposite is 7, so a 6 and a 7 here, and this was then a 7 and a 6 here, then that would eliminate the 6s and 7s here and allow the 6 and 7 to be here, which I suppose that's still doable because there's 2 spaces. The thought on that would be that if this 6 was eliminated, this would be 5, 8, 9, which would then make this either 6 or 7, which if this was 6, then this could be 7 still. If this was 7 instead of 6, it would still make this 5, 8, 9, which would then make this a 7 or 6. Which one would it be? It could be a 6 or 7 either way. Would still work. I guess the only scenario that's not a possibility is if this was a 6 and this was a 7, or vice versa. Then and this was a 6 and this was a 7. That possibility also exists, where if one of these 3 numbers was a 7, then you could have a 6 up here and you could have a 7 down here. And in that scenario, a 6, 7 would eliminate both 6 and 7s. But you could also just have a 6, 7 here, which would just make this 5. So it seems like every possibility is valid. Let's see what this next handwritten hint actually would tell us to do. In row 5, no, not in row 5, 5 in row 3 is in row 3, column 6. Wow, so the hint just seems like it's skipping over logic completely here as to why that would be the case. It's just telling you 5 in row 3 is in row 3, column 6. Why? What would have happened to stop 5 from being here? And yeah, I do feel like I've seen a few videos of Cracking the Cryptic's YouTube page where he does kind of solve, the main guy does kind of solve some of these by just saying something as fact without perhaps explaining it fully. 5 must be here for some reason. Yeah, and I don't think I can figure it out. The two possibilities it would be that the 5 could be here, and this could be 6, 7, this could be 6, 7. If that happened, that this was 6 and this was 7, that would eliminate 7's here, and then 6's here. Already eliminated. So 7 here, that would just mean a 7 could be here, or 7 could be here. And that definitely feels like they could balance out with putting a 7 here, or 7's here, or 6 is here, would eliminate something there, but it still feels like you'd have at least these 3 spots. Put a 7. I guess that would be what this would fall down to, is whatever this is, whether it's a 6 or 7, it eliminates those possibilities. And so then if this is a 6, one of these has to be a 7, and same would be true over here, and that whatever this is, one of these spots would have to be the opposite of it. So if this is a 6, either that is a 7 or that is a 7. If this was a 7 and then this was a 6, 7, would that work? If this is 7 and this was 6 and this was 2, that wouldn't work. This would have to be 7 and this would have to be 2. That would work. Same is true in the opposite thought. However, nothing about 5 screams that the 5 has to be here. So we're already 3 hours into this stream, so in the interest of time, I'm just going to take this as true that this has to be 5. The game will confirm it. Then, if I don't read any more of the hints, I can, at the very least, by basic Sudoku, eliminate 6 and 7s from that column, which then means that this one has to be either 6 or 7 in the opposite spot. I'm pretty sure. Which then would eliminate that from being an 8, 9. Okay. Just because if this was 6, it would, well, this 6, 7 pair eliminates 6 and 7 from being here. Then my next thought would be that if the logic follows, this then has to be 8, 9 as a pair. Which that's possibly not true because we have an 8, 9 possibility here. So, yeah. I think we probably should leave that alone. Which, maybe I'll just de-elevate the 8, 9s possibilities. The 6, 7 here and the 6, 7 here do imply that a 6 or 7 needs to be up here And since we locked this into 5, then you can unmark the 8-9 possibility and then use the super numbers to mean something completely different, because this program is limited on how I mark things. We know that there is a 6 or a 7 up here, but that doesn't inherently mean that, I mean, we also know that that is that. And since we know this is 6, 7, 8, 9 now, we can get rid of 6s and 7s here, which I guess means this is 3, 4, or 8. We can probably remove the -5 marker, slowly cleaning up the board, although also several places here that really aren't being touched. 3, 4, 8 alone maybe doesn't help that much, but it does highlight that in this row there shouldn't have been a 2. Yeah, that should be eliminated. So we now know this is 5, 8, 9 as a proper triple. How far did I read in here? I think I read this part. The 5 in row 3 is at 3, 6. The 22 cage, which is where? This 22 cage is 5, 7, 9. Okay, we got that. Row 4, column 7. Interesting. Row 4, column 7. What are we getting? What information are we getting from that spot, from what we just figured out? Because we were just dealing with the 22 cage way over here. I have no clue. Like, this spot's not even being influenced by anything. We're at row 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's row 7, 8, not row 7. That makes slightly more sense. So we've figured out that this must be 6, 7. Whatever this is must also be in row 2, column 8. So the pairing is here. I'm gonna probably regret this, but whatever. Not that color. Not that color. Not really. That color would work either. That color wouldn't work either. That color wouldn't work either. So we'll do blue. Okay. This is the 13 complement of this. Or just the opposite number of this. Okay. With those two being established, that doesn't mean anything. And we got to that point, I guess, because this 6, 7 eliminates this from being, if this is 6, this would be 7, which would then reduce this down to being 6 again. This might be what a Y-wing is, although I only saw that phrase used once and it was not explained at all. A great example of how this game is not for people who aren't just the hardest of hardcore fans of Cracking the Cryptic. And maybe the hardest of the hardcore fans would overlook and forgive some of the typos and mistakes and hints, and just mistakes in the puzzles. But the average gamer probably wouldn't be that gracious. So yeah, row 4, column 7, 6, 7 must also be in row 2, column 8. So row 2, column 4 here, and column 5 here, and column 8 here. Why are we considering those three? Are 6, 7, 9, which I guess is a triple, which I guess would eliminate 9 from being here. Right. Well, if this is a triple, then that means these can't be 9, which gives you a 5, 8 in that box, which then tells you that is 9, and that's not true. We're not to that point yet. This box is just wrong with information. I'm fairly certain about that. We've run into problems with that box twice now. We can hopefully eliminate 5, 8 as a possibility there. And then that would be a 1, 3, 4. So if we could figure out for certain that 5, 8, 9 wasn't here in this spot, we'd have another triple. The hint says, as we continue, that row 4, column 2, here, this one, 6, 7 must also be in row 1, column 3. Interesting. So this pairs with this pairs with this. That eliminates 6 and 7 in almost in any other row except for this, which we kind of already knew that. So does this hint get me back on track is the question, and almost certainly the answer is no. Yeah. There's still a lot of weirdness. There's basically no progress in box 4, 5, and 6. There's also basically no progress in 7, 8, and 9. Box 8 in particular has had absolutely no progress made to it at all. We're just slowly trying to chisel our way into enough solutions to have numbers to potentially do some basic Sudoku. This 2, 5 here would have eliminated 2s and 5s as a possibility, but there's still way too many possibilities. We know that if this is 6, this would be 7, and then a 6 would be down here. So we know one of these two has 9s in it. Not that that helps you any on that column or that row. And pretty much it seems like anything down here is just off limits. There's no progress is going to be made. No interaction is going to be made. Either that, or there's going to be some crazy amount of speculative thought that's going to have to be made to the possibilities of, let's see, this box here. if we know now that 6 and 7 cannot be included, that probably doesn't actually change anything as far as the possibilities of all these boxes, because I would need something that would use both 6 and 7. Just wherever the 3, 8, 9 goes, there's a 3 and an 8 and 9. That doesn't affect anything. Wherever the 4, 7, 9 goes, it would just switch where the 7 and the 9 goes. Wherever the 5, 6, 9 would go, it would just switch where the 6, 9s go. And 5, 7, 8, same thing, it would switch where the 7 and 8s go. So, well, on hint 8, if I click generate a smart hint, there is actually a smart hint. It says there's an impossible killer combination. None of the cells in cage 1, 1 can be 2, which means the cage cannot be 1, 2, 5. Removing 5 is a possibility within the cage. We did that a long time ago. Then you have an overlapping killer candidate restriction. All possible combinations in the cage at row 4, 4 contain 1, 2, 3. Removing them as candidates in row 4, column 6. Yeah, and see, the smart hint now is just telling me stuff we've already done. 6. It's just going to say 6 here, this spot, then this spot, then this spot, then this spot, then this spot, and this spot. And it just processes the possibilities like that, starting at the top left and working your way down. Multiple lines in boxes 2 and 5 and 1. Well, no, boxes 2 and 5. 1 can only go in columns 4 or 5, which removes 1 from being a candidate. Man. So we've really just hit a point here where the smart hint is not even being helpful, because it's just starting you back from the beginning of a long time ago, and it's not considering the state of the board and eliminating hints that are just not necessary because it's already been pencil marked. And maybe what you should do there is just have, when you generate a smart hint, have it say smart hint number 5 and jump to 5, and then you can hit previous to see things that have already been done. You definitely could recognize if there's some pencil marking indication of a step already being done. Smart hint number 5 says all possible combinations in the cage at row 1, 5 contain 5, 7, 9, removing them from a candidate from the rest of these. We did that. Then there's a naked triple, a 3, 4, 8 at row 1, column 1. Row 1, column 4, and row 1, column 6. Okay. So yeah, there's a triple I overlooked, which that maybe will get me on a path here where if I get rid of 3, 4, and 8 as a possibility, then that is down to 5, 9. And that cleans that up somewhat. I don't think it takes it much further, except for the fact that this has to be a 5. So if this is correct, then that has to be a 9. Which then means that has to be an 8. Which then means that that has to be a 9. There. And while that probably is eliminating a lot of possibilities in places, I'm not sure that takes us to a next step. Let's look at the possible combinations now. 389, if it was here, would then have to have the 9 here. 479 would have to have the 9 here. 569 would have to have the 9 here or here. Regardless, there would have to be a 9. 578, though, doesn't use a 9 at all. But if these two are not the same things, where it's 578 and then 578, which I think we have been told by a hint that's the case, that tells me a 9 does have to be in this column. And maybe, just maybe, then this box needs to be a 9. So are we saying then that this cell has to be 9? I think I logically deduced that. Either that or it was just very much a high possibility. Then in this box, that means this is not 578. It then means we can eliminate probably not much more. 479, 569, 389. We could eliminate 8 in that spot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's right. Okay, so if we got to the point that this has to be a 9, then inherently this has to be 578, doesn't it? Because this box eliminates all the 9 possibilities, which would mean the elevated 3 here is wrong. Okay, I'm willing to buy that. Five, 7, 8, not 6. Then that probably tells me what this combination is closer. We have 5 digits marked here: 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, and then potentially a 3 here and a potential of 3 here. So 6 digits that would have been targeting 25, which is what this would have been, subtracting this. And 6 digits targeting 25, which is 20 minus 45. But since we have a 9, we can actually go down to 5 digits and then subtract a 9 from 25 to get to 16. I believe that would be correct. Of course, the easier way maybe to do that would have just been to look at the 5, 7, 8 here and then see that the 7s and the 8s should go and that the 5 should go. might now point us to a place where only one digit can be in one place, but I don't think so. I see 2 places for 3, 2 places for 1, 2 places for 2s, 2 places for 6. Probably isn't very helpful to have elevated 1s and 2s in this spot anymore. We are making better cleanup work. And I don't think we can do anything more with the calculator. Nor do I think we can get an implied quadruple here with like a 1, 2, and then a 1, 2, 4, 6. No, we can. This is a quadruple. Either this is 1 or 2, and if this is accurate, that these can only be 1, 2, 4, or 6, and it can't be 5 because of the 3, 5 here. It can't be the 3 because of the 3, 5 here. And 7 is over here, and 8 is over here, and 9 is over there. Yeah, this is a quadruple, because the 1 would eliminate this down to 2, 4, 6, making a triple, which then would eliminate 2s from being in this spot here, or that's if this was 1. If this was 2, this would be 1, 4, 6, which would eliminate the 1s from being in this spot, which, yeah, both 1 and 2 feel like they can't be here in that spot, and that would mean if this is 1, then this would be 2. If this is 2, then one of these would have to be 1. Regardless, neither one of these are 1, 2. And then 4 and 6. And if that is correct, if all my logic is still solid, which probably isn't, that's a 9. That's like our first 7. Is that going to translate into too much more? Well, the 7 here makes this a 6, which makes that a 7. Nope. This is not opposite of that. This is the same as that. That's a 6. That's a 7. That's a 7. Then this should be the same as that, so that should be a 7. And I think by like basic Sudoku, we might be able to solve some more puzzles, some more numbers. But when I'm gonna hit a speed bump, almost certainly. Gonna run into 1 digit. The 7s here very possibly eliminate any chance of a 7 being anywhere but here. The 7-9 pair here doesn't change anything. The 1, 3, 4 here and the 8 here makes me pretty sure that there's an 8 up here and then a 1 down here, and then there'd be a 3, 4 pair that I'm not even sure. It's gonna have to be influenced by something coming upward and putting pressure looking at these numbers. 1, 3, 4 pair here. I guess maybe these numbers could affect this also. Actually, we could reduce this to a 1-4 pair because there's a 3-5 pair already in that spot. I probably could have done that a while ago, hours ago, potentially. Can we take any more of a logical step? I think what we have to do is come back to 25 6-digit possible combinations. Now, if we think 7 has to be included, which 7 has to be included, we can eliminate that spot and that spot. This is 20 with 6 digits. That's the right calculation. 25 with 6 digits. Based on 45 being the total number, total sum of 1 through 9 in the box. What they call the secret on the Cracking the Cryptic YouTube page. It is weird that a lot of people, content creators, myself included, really have given up the idea of having personal web pages, which is what the internet originally was built around and never really worked that way. But the idea of home pages have gone away for instead platform pages, and then having multiple platform pages for multiple platforms: Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, things like that. So this could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8 is what I'm looking at, and all those digits do seem viable. Or it could be 1, 2, 4, 5, and if it is 4, the 4 is either here or here, and then 6, 7. Of all the possibilities, can I make sure that a 6, 7 is here and then get to 4, 5, 4, 2, and 1? Yeah, I think I can. Can I get to 7 being one of these? And then 8, then 3, then 2, then 1. Yeah, I can. So I generally just have to assume that there isn't enough information. If we look at the odd numbers out, in this case, it would be 9 is not included in either one, and that may tell us something. Let's see, is there any other digit that is just not included in either combination? No. But of the possible combinations here, if it must have 9 in it, we know it's not 5, 7, 8, which, okay. And then we know that one of these must be 9, because this can't be 9. Which I don't think that takes me any further. It still could be 3, 8, 9, as far as I could tell. Still could be 4, 7, 9. And still could be 5, 6, 9. And in this possible combination, I guess you probably still could have a 9. It just would be a case that this couldn't be 9. And so it does kind of feel like 5, 7, 8 is still viable. And it still does feel like you could have any of the other combinations. And see, I'm resident. I'm not sure here. I really want to even do a smart hint because this smart hint, I don't think was helping me much. The first part of this says none of the cells in the cage of 1, 2, which we already know that can be 2, which means the cage cannot be a 1, 2, 5. Removing 5 as a possibility from that cage. Okay, we'd already done that. Then the next part of it says that there's a hidden single where 5 can only go in row 1, column 9. Oh. How long have I been overlooking that? 10, 20 minutes, I'd bet. Alright, 5. Then 3. Which, that doesn't eliminate any of the possibilities there. But it does then lock in this to be 3 and 4. Okay. Does that eliminate enough possibilities down here? No. But it does lock in this and this. So that's our first box now done. Get rid of the coloring. So did the 1 here eliminate a possibility? Well, if a 1 was here, this would be 2. And then this would be 1, 4, 6, which is impossible. Because you can't have a 1 here and then a 1, 4, 6. With this being 2. Am I wrong about that? If a 1 was here, why could this not be 1? I think it could be, and then this would be 2, 4, 6, and that's fine. If a 3 was here, then that doesn't change anything. If a 2 was here, then this could be 1, and then maybe that doesn't work. Yeah, it may very well be a case that this can't be 2. 2 would mean all of these aren't 2, which would mean that one of these is 1, which would make this 2. Which, I guess that's fine. We're still not to the point though where we're certain that this is a 3, and the written hints mentioned that hours ago. Yeah. Boy, am I glad I'm almost done with this series though. These episodes are ridiculously long. We did put in the information enough to get the smart hint to auto close itself. Which means if it can generate another auto hint, it will be new. So let's save some time and just do this. Impossible killer combination. None of the cells in the cage at row 7, column 7, here, can be 9. Which means the cage cannot be 3, 8, 9, 4, 7, 9. Removing 3, 4 is a possibility from the cell of the cage. We already have done that. That makes a naked pair 5, 8 here and the 5, 8 here. Which would eliminate the 5, 8 here. Okay. So of the possible combinations, if it cannot have a 5, 8 here, 5 or an 8 here, means that can't be 5, 6, 9. Also, there's not a 6 here. We lost the 6 at some point when we filled in this. It could be a 479, or, but it can't be a 389. Unless the 3 was here. Which I just don't think that's the case because we've already determined that the 3 has to be here. Let's check that by just putting in a 4. Nope, we are wrong. So guess 3 is a possibility. 5, 8 isn't a possibility. 5, 9. 5, 6, 9 still. But 6 can't be here, so we know that's wrong. 5, 7, 8 we know is wrong. So this is either 3, 8, 9 or 4, 7, 9, and we know which one it is because we put in the wrong answer, but I want to stick to the logic and see if we can take that any further and actually solve. This being marked negatively for 8, 9 is probably not necessary. And we could do the same here and clean up the visuals. Yeah, and I'm gonna have to take just another break anyways. Yep. Doing all this sitting is crushing my seat cushions, flattening them down. They need to be fluffed at the least. Alright, so I'm gonna take a break. Like, I don't see a solution there. We'll come back and we'll try smart hints again. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. So second break. Part of this certainly is because I'm just going so long in these episodes. I'm drinking a ton of water to be able to continue talking. And yeah, frankly, it's one of the few skills I think I actually do have as a YouTube content creator, is that I can just incessantly commentate and talk, even if mostly what I'm saying is not that insightful. Yep. And I thought when I came back here I would just use a smart hint, and I think that is definitely what I'm just gonna have to do. There's far too many possibilities still, unless it was a case where basic Sudoku started to kick in. And I bet basic Sudoku here is not going to kick in until the very end. Yeah. You can see there's a 4 up here in one of those two places, but that doesn't actually help. Everywhere where basic Sudoku would be helpful is where a pair already exists and has already been marked and considered. So let's see what a smart hint says. None of the cells in the cage at row 7, column 7 can be 9. Removing 3, 4 from the possibilities of the cell cage. I'm skipping the middle here. And then that gives us a naked box, a naked pair in the box of a 5, 8. Which then, oh, I see. This 5, 8, because 7 can't be here because of that, means that has to be 7, which, yeah, I missed that. Okay. Which maybe means that the possibilities of this being 4, 7, 9 are out because the 7 can't be anywhere. Yeah, you've got the cross 7 and the cross 7 there, leaving this with either being at 3, 8, 9 or 5, 6, 7. And 25 of 6 digits if 7 can only be here or here would affect some things, but only if it really would only help if 7 couldn't be here or here either. We don't know that to be true. We do know, I guess, that a 7 isn't in this box because of that spot. 7 in the cage, row 6, column 2. None of the cells in the cage of row 6, columns 2 can be 7. Has that always been the case, or did we just prove that to be the case? This stops this from being 7, this stops this from being 7, so this has been here for a while, which means it can't be 4, 7, 9. Removing 4 as a possibility here. And we won't just hide this to show that. I'm not even showing the right thing. When I did that, would have had to have been this. Yeah. So that's the 4, which probably means that this is either 5, and that eliminates that too. So this is probably 5, 6, 9, because 3, 8, 9. No, 3, 8, 9 also is still viable. All we got done was to remove the 4 there. There is probably a possibility that 5, 6, 9. It could be any of these spots. So this being 3, 5, 6, 8 is still probably true. None of the cells in the cage at row 7, column 3, can be 7, because these are all blocking that, which means the cage cannot be 4, 7, 9, removing the 4 from a possibility in those spots. Okay. Yeah, because of these two 7s, that's something I guess I could have done a while ago. That means now that 4 either is not in this 6-digit combination, or 4 is down here or down here, because 4 cannot be in this column. Which I don't think that bears down enough to mean anything else. It almost feels like it would imply that the combination has to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. That both 4 and a 7 should be in that section. But I don't know if that's actually true. Let's continue with the smart hints. Can it line? In box 7, 4 can only go in row 9, in these two spots, which then removes 4 as a candidate in row 9, column 4, 5, 6, and this spot and this spot. Is that what it's really saying, or did I jump ahead here? 4, 5, 6, yes, 7, and then skip over 8 because 4 couldn't have been there anyways. and then 9. Okay. And then there's an impossible killer combination. None of the cells in the cage at row 7, column 7 can be 9, which means the cage cannot be 479, removing 4 from the possibility of that cell cage, which we'd already done that. Okay, it's trying to get down to a 4 here. Can it, what is the next logical step to get that to this point? Can it line column in box 9? 4 can only go in column 9, which removes 4 as a candidate from row 6, column 9, which would be there. And that's already missing, which I may very well have never actually filled in all the possibilities here, and that might be one of the speed bumps I'm running into. At this point, the 4 would have been the only other thing. 6 would have been eliminated if this was 1, 2, 4, 6. If we were to consider some other numbers, 3 can't be because of this 3, 5, and then 5, same reason. 6 would have been eliminated, 7, 8, and 9. So we should be down to 1, 2. Impossible killer combinations. None of the cells in the cage at row 6, column 7 can be 6, 7, which means the cage cannot be 5, 6, 9, removing 4, 7, 9. 5, 6, 9 or 4, 7, 9, removing the 4, 5 possibilities from the cells within the cage. Yeah, we already know it's 5, 8, 7. So hidden single box 4 can only go in row 5, column 7. Okay, how did we get to that point? This is like the smart hints aren't even really connecting, it seems. Let's go back one and see if maybe I sped through this too fast. None of the cells in row 6, which would be here, column 7 here, can be 6, 7, which means the cage cannot be 5, 6, 9, removing 4, 7, or 4, 7, 9, removing the 4, 5 possibilities, which should tell me that this actually should be 3, and that this is just wrong information. Let's click this and see what we can find out. It says, none of the cells in the cage at row 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, column 7, which would be referring to that cell and the rest of this cage, but starting in the top left corner of the cage. None of them can be 6, 7. This can't be 6, 7, and this can't be 6, 7 because of the 6, 7 bearing down here and here. That then means this 4, 7, 9 is wrong. It would also mean this 5, 6, 9 is wrong, and 5, 7, 8. So this has got to be 3, 8, 9. So add an 8, and then remove 4, remove 5. Maybe that gets me back on track a little bit. That also, we can jump ahead, means that 3s and 8s can't be there because of that being a proper pairing. And I think this is really highlighting where very much at the beginning of this puzzle I just put in the wrong information, and that screwed me up and put me on a path of struggle, a path of failure. Alright. So now we're at the point where this makes some sense. And then with that correction, this is the only place where a 4 could go. Great. Does that help me any further than just putting a 4 there? I don't think so. We need a 1 to appear here, and we need a 5 to appear here, which I think highlights that this is really a 1-5 pair. Since 1 and 5 are not included here, and this is a 3-8 pair. Which then means this is 2, because that's the only place a 2 could be. Which then means this is 1, and I think we probably now are in a position where it's very feasible that that means this one means there has to be a 1 here, which means that that should be 1. Then that would eliminate these ones, which means one of those would have to be 1. And then this 2 would mean this has to be 2, which we now know that is true. So let's actually use that information just by the pencil marks. This is 2. Then that means one of these 2s have to be a 2. Not sure that helps. And then there is no other place where 1 can be. So that is 1. Then that makes that 3. That makes that 6. That makes that 8. That makes that 3. Okay. So we're almost to the point where basic Sudoku could just be the end of this. Almost to that point. I guess we could look at basic Sudoku and that might help to pick some things. If there's a 1 here, then obviously there isn't a 1 here. If there's only a 4 in this spot, then yeah, that has to be 4, and then that has to be 4. 2 possibilities of 4s here, and then several possibilities of 4s. And then here we have a naked single 8. So if that's the only place an 8 can be in this row, that's going to be an 8. We almost have gotten to the point where there's a triple here, so we would know for certain. If this is 5, 9, the problem is this still could be 5, 6. So yeah, I haven't eliminated all the possibilities yet. Oh, here's a 4. Now 8 there. Let's just start over back at 1s then. just a massive amount of progress that's going to be made, I think, in this step. We got over a hump, we got over a speed bump, and now we can solve things by very basic logic, not having to consider possible combinations of killer boxes. I have to admit, I really do not like the killer boxes as a variant. They're overused, definitely, but they also just are the only variant really that requires true math, addition, subtraction, and then on top of that it requires a frustrating level of consideration of different combinations, which you just don't have to do with any of the other variants. Crop key is about the closest thing to killer Sudoku boxes, in the black dots double the numbers or half the numbers, or V's and X's, I guess, give you possible combinations to add up to 5s and 10s, but memorizing the possible combinations between 2 digits adding to 5 and 10 is actually way easier than possible combinations of any number of digits between 1 and 9, between any sum, between I suppose 3 would probably be the minimum you could get. No, it could be a 1 killer box that takes up 1 cell that sums to 1. Yeah, that would be really easy to solve if that was the case, but yeah, it could be 1 through 9 digits summing to any amount between 1 and 45, and possibly even further than 45 if there is actually some mathematical way of tweaking it. So I'm gonna have to use a hint at this rate, unless this combination has now somehow been locked in. There can't be a 3, so we know that this is not 389, and can't be, well, it could be 4, 7, and 2, except for 7 and 4 are already in the box. That would be 4, 7, and 9 anyways. Could it be 5, 7, 8? Nope, you can't have a 7 here because of this, and you can't have an 8 here because of that. So it can't be 5, 7, 8. So it's got to be 5, 6, 9, which would eliminate the 8 as a possibility here. You can do that quickly. So it's 5, 6, 9. Do we have anything that would help with that any further? Or is that just a little bit of cleanup work I did? Well, if the 8 can't be here, and an 8 seemingly can't be here and can't be here because the written hint told us that an 8 and a 9 couldn't be here, then the 8's gotta be here. Let's confirm if that's true. Okay. Then does the 8 directly influence anything else? Not quite. So then if we would look at the possible combinations of a 25 with 6 digits, we should now reduce it really to something more. You know it's not this combination because it does include a 4 if we did it that way. But we could just also reduce the digits to 4 and then subtract 5 from this to get to 20. Then we could eliminate all the possibilities that include digits. This is arguably not as effective to do it this way. 2, 5, 6 seems doable. Ones with 4s wouldn't be acceptable. Ones with 1s wouldn't be acceptable. Yeah, it actually was a worse idea to do the subtraction and see more variations. So could this be 2, 3, 6, 9? Nope. Could this be 2, 3, 7, 8? Nope. So we know it's 2, 5, 7, 6. In fact, we basically have a quadruple here. Okay. So if that's the case, then we look at this and we know that this now is 389. Which means we know 9 is here in between one of these spots. So we can get rid of 9 there. And that's just a lot of cleanup work that we just did. And now we're finally 216 minutes into this puzzle. We're finally at a point where it seems kind of manageable. You don't have any cells that are just filled in with ridiculously large amounts of numbers. It does seem like even by basic Sudoku there's enough digits in the right places to actually accomplish the goal. We know one of these here actually has to be a 3 because there can't be a 3 anywhere else. So, and then one of these two have to be a 5 because there's no way to get a 5 elsewhere, which would lean towards pointing that to be a 5. Yeah, it definitely seems like I could just guess at this point and just say this is a 5 and move forward on that guess. There is some weirdness in how this all is. If you have a 6 and a 9 possibility, and then a 6, 7, 9 possibility, and then if I had just like a 5, 6, 7, 9 as a possibility, then I could get to the 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 as a 5 number combination. But if this is 6, that would leave that as a 7, 9, then this 5, 9 and this 5, 9 would still be confused. So I don't think I can fully solve any of that. Then do have possibly a quadruple here if we could get this down, but no, not quite. And we already know this is 5, 6, 9 with one of these being a 9. So let's mark that. One of those has to be a 9. If one of those has to be a 9, then none of those can be a 9. And then that eliminates possibilities. So if we could figure out what 6 is in this box, then we would know whether this is 7 or whether this is 9. and then 7 in particular would make a 4-5 and a 4-5 pair here. Assuming the 6 is not here. If the 6 is here, then I guess this could be a 4 or a 5, probably a 4. I think every possible combination here, and this is the only way I'm going to continue to make progress without just cheating, is I think every possible combination says this has to be a 5. If this was 6 here, then this would be 7, and then this would be a 4-5 and a 4-5 pair, and then that would make that 9 actually. If this was 9, then this would be 5, and then this would have to be 6, and then that would make that a 4-5 pair. So no, there isn't a full way of deducing all that, the right positions. Alright, let's see what the smart hint says. There's a hidden single row. 8 can only go in row 9, column 5. Ah, well, completely overlooked that. That is happening quite a bit in these puzzles. In this series, I have just overlooked very basic things that become very basic things because you took that one extra step. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been very basic at all. Then we know 5, 7, and 9 are in this row. And this 8 doesn't seem to be directly influencing anything else. Yeah, it didn't seem like it changed too much. Let's look to see if we're making the same mistake and that there possibly is only one place where one digit can actually be placed. And then inevitably I'll just do a smart hint, and yeah, it's real important to remind myself personally that I'm cheating like crazy to get through this. And it's still taking forever. And in most cases, I'm only making small bits of progress in between each time I'm cheating. So, such small bits of progress that it would probably be more efficient to just cheat outright every time, although that may always be the case. So there's a candidate line column in box 7. Where's box 7 here? 2 can only go in these 2 spots I see, which removes 2 as a candidate from row 4, column 1. Well, yeah, look at that. Isn't that another example of just overlooking things? That makes that 1. That makes that 5. We're done with this box now. 2 boxes down. That makes this a 2-3 pair, which makes that 1. Also makes this 9, which makes that 6, which makes that 7, and that's our 4-5 pair. So makes that 9, makes this a 1-3 pair, 4-5 pair, 2-3 pair. Still a lot of stuff going in here. A 1-3 pair on all of this actually should get rid of 1s and 3s as possibilities. So that should reduce that down. This now is a 7, which makes that a 5, which will reduce more things downward. And then this is now a 3, and this is now a 1, This is now a 7. And this is now a 9. And that box is now completed. That then forces this to be a 2. And this to be a 3. And this to be a 4. And this to be a 5. This box is now completed. 6 here. 7 here. And then you hit a bit of a speed bump. Once again, let's go ahead and de-highlight some of the things that now are no longer important to really look at. Let's see. Clean up as much visually as possible. These 4 boxes completely done, so they probably don't exert any more influence or look at any more numbers. So really all you have here is that either you find the solution somewhere along these boxes, and then it's just going to go down and to solve every other solution, which I suspect, if we look at the possible combinations here, and possible combinations here, nothing's changed. We have a -2 here, which then brings us into a 6. 6, and then that makes that 5, makes that 4, makes that 2, makes that 1, makes that 4, and we are just done now. We'll just need to be fairly careful. We've gotten 3 digits filled in. I just want to be fairly careful to not end the puzzle before we show it off. And I would say, yes, Miser definitely feels like a fair name for this puzzle at the beginning, but I definitely don't feel like I was having the experience of actually solving this puzzle by about the halfway point. So it does kind of seem like the puzzle is just going to miserly not give you information as you continue to make progress. But yeah, I just have no idea. That was really what it would have been like. Almost completely overlooked the gray shading, which really highlights how bad the light gray shading is, that it doesn't actually do its job of actually highlighting the numbers. So I think we got to hint 8 in the handwritten hints. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we looked at all of those. And then I started just using smart hints after that point. Let's see. The 5 in row 3 and the 22 cage is 6, 7, 9. 22 cage. Where's the 22 cage? Here, 6, 7, 9. So we stopped when we were just like working on these digits here. So row 4, column 2, 6, 7 must also be in row 1, column 3. Same digit. Okay. 9 in box 1 can be placed. And 5 in row 1 can be placed. Yeah. Row 1, column 4, and 6. Our 4-8 pair. That would have been, this would have been the next hint. And then row 6, column, row 6 and 7 and 8. These 3 rows in columns 7 and 8. So just all these boxes. Contain 2 8s to justify row 3, column 9. So I guess there had to be an 8 here. And therefore no 4s. So 2, 4 are a pair in column 7. I guess here and here. Hint 10 would have been row 6, 7, and 8, column 8. Six, 7, and 8 are 7, 8, 9. Soon 7 cannot be in row 6, 7, 8, column 2 and 3. How can you use the phrase soon as a hint? Maybe that's supposed to be so 7 cannot be in rows 6, 7, and 8 of column 2 and 3, which must be a 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 9. And that somehow, by some logic, by the time you got to hint 10, you should have figured that out. I would have never really thought on those levels. I don't see them explaining any kind of mathematical formula to have gotten to that point. And then the last hint, so we got to hint 8. We would have struggled with hint 10 if I'd done the handwritten hints. And it is just way easier to do smart hints over and over again. Yeah, my main recommendation, probably on top of not really playing this game until it's in a much better, much more polished state, the puzzles being and the hints being much more polished. It needs a full revamp and probably relaunch and just rethink overall. But outside of that recommendation, my recommendation definitely would be use smart hints first. Only go to written hints if the smart hint generator fails, which it will. The last hint here says there must be a 4 in row 9 in column 2 or 3, and I vaguely recall that was the situation. So that resolves row 9, column 7. And the original 1-2 pair. Are they talking about the 1-2 pair way over here? I think they are. That is a weird way to reference it. Why not call it the 1-2 pair at row 3, column 1? Row 6, column 1 and 9. And now the puzzle can be completed. Well, the one thing I can say I did here is I did complete the puzzle. Did I do it fairly without cheating? Absolutely not. Did I do it 100% with logic and intelligence? Absolutely not. Did I waste 233 minutes on it? Absolutely. But I guess that's pretty much what this whole series has turned into now. That is the end of the 10-star puzzles. That's the end of this sample pack of way too hard puzzles to be considering they are the free ones. Maybe I would think on a sample pack you would give really easy puzzles to start people off, and maybe get a small sampling of what the average difficulty of puzzles were, and then one really difficult puzzle. Are we going to get any kind of fanfare that we have all the stars, like any fireworks or sound effects or anything like that? Like, this game still has no sound effects in it at all, and seems like there's no intention to add any sound effects. Nope, nothing different happens. Which, yeah, the stars at this point proved to be absolutely useless, because all they were keys, effectively, to unlock gates, to unlock more puzzles. Yeah, so having 157 stars now is exactly the same as having 0 stars. Yeah, if I was going to do a sample pack, I would have a sample like this Thermo Sudoku, which just does one variant. I would have Classic Sudoku alone as one variant, and then maybe you throw in 11 Z's and you do 500, 500, 500, and probably want to throw in X and V Witch, because that's basically the only time you do X and V Witch. And that might be it. Like, Interference with the Odd Killer might be a candidate to add. Effectively, you would want a sample pack or a tutorial set of puzzles that do each of the variants once. So, and then a difficulty second, a more difficult sample pack for 500,000 subscribers that would have multiple variants overlapping. Now, what you could do very simply in a game like this is, you've got a pretty boring background on the menu, whether you're here or whether you're here or whether you're here. Theoretically, I have 157 stars. Why not just put some lightly animated stars in the background to decorate the background up in the border, or just in the background in general? Yep. So yeah, next time we will begin finishing up the game by doing this Killer Sudoku puzzle. And as far as that pack goes, I think I've probably made my feelings very well known, that it was too difficult and frustrating and poorly polished in the hints, and just definitely not a good collection to give away for free for your average person who may be getting into Sudoku if they're new to it, or even somebody who is mediocre good at Sudoku. It's only really for experts, and the best of experts, in my opinion. That's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.